We are live. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the UFO party of the spaceship. This is the late night special of the stream. Hello, everybody. Welcome. It's Alien Spaceship, and this is the late night special of the stream, the UFO party. You can be watching from anywhere around the country or the world, coming to you from the spaceship studio in a galaxy far, far away. And I'll have some different stuff I'll be talking about, and right now I will switch everything over to everybody to see me. Okay. Alright, we're going to do this instead. Alright, and here we go. Alright, hello everybody. It's Alien Spaceship, and here I am conducting this late night stream, a tradition I have done for a few years now. And now what we will do is we will put this down here. And I will get the game started and start the fun alien stream. Alright, here we go. If I didn't mention this before, you may be watching from anywhere around the country or the world, and I appreciate that. Alright, here we go. Alright, the game is launching. The game has an interesting St. Patrick's Day theme to it. Greg Hatz O'Penny is the name of some character. He's like flexing like this, and he's surrounded by green torches and lots of gold in a St. Patrick's Day attire. It's a pirate. It's sort of talking about the new garb, the new clothes for, because they have different clothing lines for St. Patrick's Day and different holidays. Alright, so close this out. And the game is loading right now. Alright. And here we are. Alright. Here is the game. And we'll go into the pirate world. Alright. Alright. So here we are in Cuba. Sam was on here earlier, but he went offline, but shout out to him, and also shout out to Zero, even if he's not around at the moment. Okay. Nothing needs to be repaired. Well, these two could be repaired, but I could just go on the ship and repair them. Alright. So, I hope everybody has been having a great day and a great week. And now we have reached Friday, we call it now, in the trial chat. Hello, Dwayne and Sharon. Good evening to you both. And I hope that y'all had a good week and are having a good Friday evening. All right. I'm glad that you came by to... Thank you. I'm glad that you came by and to tell me hello. I appreciate that. Alright. So, repairing the ship now. This is a ship I don't really use much because it's a different type of ship. It's a little bit slower. What? I have like 3 or 4. Alright. So, basically, what happened was today I was watching the trials. I was watching trials today, and it was brutal. As Mike Morrow said, it was brutal today with the Monica trial. Also with the other trials, I was watching all of them today. I saw Karen Reed. I saw the the snowplow, and they have no verdict yet. So yeah, it's quite crazy what's going on with the trials. It was just a lot of activity today, and yeah, just they so at the Monica trial, it was so just for 5 minutes early. They had Austin come back to testify for 5 minutes. They had Austin testify for 5 minutes. Then what happened next is they went on a break, then a lunch, and something came up. They're passing out papers, and that's what was happening the whole time. It was like ridiculous, and the whole day we're just kind of hanging there. Hello, Shelly. Welcome to the stream. I'm glad that you're here. Welcome. This is another ship that I have that I don't really use much because it's not as fast. Sam advised me to use ships that are quicker. Like Zero, shout out to Zero. He was using a ship like this. Is very cool, but it's like I have it too. They're good ships, but they're not as quick. But we'll just kind of pilot it around. Y'all can see what I'm talking about. Yeah, you see, it has no sail color on it. It's the type of ships like the Spanish used to come to the Americas in the first place. It's quite cool. All right. DJ, I've been wondering about you. I'm glad that you're able to come see us and chat. I'm having a good day. It was very busy, and with you could say my trial journalism, because I always say I'm at trials. And you could say it's like my form of journalism with the trial stuff that I watch. To kind of people understand what I mean, but it just kind of put it in layman's terms about what I do exactly. And also, so basically earlier, the snowplow trial. There's no verdict yet. They deliberated for 2 hours and they got nothing, and everybody's angry. And then they had the other trial that was a couple of Karen Reed, and it was funny watching the attorney and the judge fight each other. Dwayne says replaying Austin's interrogation audio was brutal. I could hardly hear him. It went on for hours. Yeah. Yeah. So, oh, DJ, I'm glad you subscribed to them. You know, I'm glad that you are keeping up with Trial Chat. I think it's good for my political friends, which is 99% of the people here. Basically, I knew from some political thing. But shout out to y'all. Y'all are cool people. I'm glad that y'all also are interested in the world of trial stuff, because that's really interesting too. And basically, a shout out to Bubbles. He's getting excited for the stream. He has the zoomies. So basically what happened was with Austin, I knew I wasn't the only one. I could barely hear anything that was said. And it was totally just it was so hard to watch. It was absolutely unbearable because it was like trying to hear what was he was saying. You have to listen very, very close. And at that pace, it was just it was like the case was closing in itself, because it's like people just can't really the jury, I'm sure, was extremely aggravated about what they were experiencing because they had to sit there for a very long time and nothing happens. And the I like the judge. But he's like real funny, and he'll be like, you know what? We're gonna take a 15-minute break. He just like interrupts everybody, and he says, 15-minute break. And the other day, this divorce attorney, was making these stupid statements, and about like he was going on and on about divorce. I mean, it was interesting to learn about. I thought it was interesting to learn, but it was kind of off topic. And the judge was like, "Look, listen, you gotta. We're in a murder trial. We're not in a divorce trial." And he said, "I know. I'm just explaining what I know because it has to do with the case." And in the chat, like, Wayne, we like I will and the other friends will like roast the different people that are like causing a problem in the trial, and we were just not holding back and going off and making all kinds of jokes. It was hilarious. It was absolutely hilarious. And Kathy Rusin, she's been in the chat a lot. She was saying that she agreed with us that the audio is terrible in those courtrooms. It's like they got, what's going on here? They got to upgrade and get with the program. I think that with the, Karen Reed, there are some different opinions about it, and that was said the attorney and the judge, fighting each other was really hilarious. The snowplow trial's a clown show. I mean, the attorney, he's kind of like a fool. He looks kind of like a fool a little bit, but he's kind of like he has like a ponytail, and he doesn't really have much hair left, and nothing. Not hating on anybody, but people in a chat were like kind of pointing out that it was an idiosyncratic look. Well, what that means is it was a very unique look. That's what that means. And also, I thought that it was. If people were thinking they would get a mistrial, but I mean, it didn't work. It's like in a snowplow trial, persons like they're getting in neighbors getting into an argument about a snowplow, and somebody pulls out a pew pew and shoots the other person like 6 times. It's like you don't have to do that. I mean, come on now. This is why people are trying to ban the pew pews because of people like that. In Japan they don't go and do stuff like that, and with their katanas or their knives or anything, they don't. Now in Japan, from what Sarah told me, there's a rise of gang violence and crime. Especially I don't quite remember the name. I know the name, but I don't know how to pronounce it because I don't quite recall exactly what it was. It was something like Osaka or something. It's very bad crime over there. That's where she was getting hacked because of people from over there. Allegedly. And I say allegedly because I talk like the law stuff where you have to... You see, we say allegedly until something's proven in a court of law, and I just apply that to everything. And you gotta remember, all day long, which it sounds quite crazy, all day long I'm in a live stream about trials. So I started, which I think is a good thing, talking like everything's like a trial. So right. And I think it's a good thing to talk in a legal sense because if something goes wrong, you talked in a legal sense so it was okay. Like, a lot of people be talking the way they're not supposed to be talking. Scared. Yeah, and okay, it almost got me for a second. Okay, we're gonna go a little bit quicker. And there we go. All right, so basically you have, I think the concept here is Jolly Roger supposed to be squaring up, but it's looking kind of like, it looks like a ghost island. I don't know if they did that on purpose, but like, yeah, it's all foggy, the islands now, and they're like ghost islands looking because the Jolly Rogers is going to attack and raid Tortuga. not Tortuga, but the volcano island. All right. So there's quite a bit of explicit material being talked about in the trial, but Baker had his last part of his testimony, and they ended it. People were thinking he was going to be cross-examined about the tapes, but the calls, but that wouldn't be too good for him if he was examined about the calls. No, he wouldn't be in the best of situations because it would just make his case look bad. Cause it's like and yeah, I'm keeping up with the other trials, but the other trials, like they're there and they have substance to them, but sometimes it's like something I'd say is like an NPC trial, and it's like it just you kind of hear like although I'm paying attention to the trials, I pay attention to all of them, and I could tell you all what's going on in them, which I will in a moment. But like sometimes it's kind of like Charlie Brown teacher talking, and it's like, which I don't mean that literally. Like I'd say like the Monica trial with hearing Austin's testimony was like Charlie Brown teacher trial, because it's like you hear just like rah 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 rah, and also it just kind of depends on the witnesses and what's going on. Yeah. So basically, what you say something?
He's like choking or something.
Who's choking?
Bubbles.
I didn't know.
Having some kind of throat problem.
Okay. All right. So anyway, basically, with the trial, Monica, that trial, I've been keeping up with the most. I mean, not keeping up. I have been keeping up with every single one of them, probably about I'd say average equally, but that because I watched them all at once. So that's what I mean. Like I'm watching every single thing at once, and it feels like kind of like schizophrenic because you hear all these different voices talking at once. But I am keeping up with all of them. But Monica's the one that it lasts longer in the day. It lasts longer in the day because like Dwayne said I agree with the Charlie Brown teacher. the analogy I used. Because sometimes it's like and also a character, I don't know if you know about it, but well, maybe you've seen the show because you're grandkids, but there's a show called Chowder that used to be on Cartoon Network, and there was a Schultz, and he used to say rada 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 rada, and that's all he could say when he would talk. That's all I hear in the trials sometimes is rada rada rada. It's like this, but with the Monica over there, they were. It was brutal trying to hear what was going on, and basically they were so. It was very interesting to see that today, but I'll tell you about the other trial. So there's this mystery roommate murder trial, and a woman was deleted in 2007, and they finally figured out who it was because of their Timu detective work. And through the Timu method, they were able to find out it was this lady allegedly, and she was at the trial, and they had they had the opening by the two sides, and I think it's the attorney, but it could be the prosecutor. I'm supposed to know that, but I think it's the attorney. Dude sounds like his voice to a lot of people sounds kind of annoying. I don't know, like he needs like a WD-40 in his throat, something like that. Like I mean that figuratively, not literally. And people thought he was kind of annoying, and then you got the judge that seems like he's like tense, but he's like pretty cool and calm. Then you have this other guy that's like, this older gentleman on the stand that didn't have. People were saying how he shouldn't have had to see this stuff at his age. He's older, and they're talking to some witnesses, and the volume is like really low. It's like, but you could still hear it. And then you hear like this static in the background. That just kind of is there to just kind of like scratching a chalkboard to just kind of annoy you just a little bit more. Just add a little annoying seasoning. But no, I just remembered, talking about murder and the scene and what he saw and what he thought was happening.
Nails on a chalkboard gave me a chill, so I wish you wouldn't have said that.
You have a phobia of that?
Well, it creeps me
Oh, okay. But well, yeah, that's what it's like when sometimes like the audio is so bad, like you can't really understand what's going on. But I still was understanding it and listening to the older gentleman talk. Then they couldn't really hear him, and they had to go and figure out something else. And they got him. Oh, I remember this. He couldn't hear. He couldn't hear, so they had to have somebody sit with him, and he had to read a transcript and talk. And I'm just putting my hand in my face, just I'm not hating on him, but it's like, come on now, like, what are we doing? Like, what's going on here? Like, you gonna like uh, get some person like that to testify that that's like your champion that we got to do now. Like, older people can do a lot of things. Like, what I mean is like they got to be careful with how they treat people on the stand and make sure they're doing the proper care, because it's like somebody that can't hear and they're like very elderly. you know he did a great job. He did a great job. He's a very nice, gentle, kind man. All right.
I have a headline for you.
What?
There's a fire. There was a wait, at London's Heathrow Airport. There's a complete shutdown due to a power thing. There's like a fire in a substation, and like all these flights are going to be. It's one of the biggest airports in the world, and they're diverting all kinds of planes, like 120 planes that are in the air that have to return to where they went.
Well, I'm glad that I'm not there right now. I'm here.
Airport closed. More than 100 flights diverted after substation fire causes power. It's all over the news. You can
All
look
right.
it up later if you want.
All right. So there's a fire in the London station. All right. So hopefully that substation. Hopefully that gets resolved. All right. So now we're gonna catapult forward. We're gonna catapult forward. Catapult forward. All right. So basically, what's going on with that? Not that island, but that situation. Hopefully that gets resolved, and I wonder what caused that fire. It's seems scared. Yeah. So basically, with the fire, I mean, with the that's what's going on with the fire. So basically, with the older person, like he was a very kind, gentle witness. I'm just saying that we have to uh, be also, because sometimes the witnesses have to go through a lot of sitting down and stuff. So it's good to handle that with care, and so that's what I meant by that. All right, and also the Karen Reed, as I said, the judge was debating the other one, the attorney, and they were just going at each other, and people were debating if Karen Reed is innocent or not. That's basically what was going on. This is the crew of the Flying Dutchman who we're fighting right now. Oh, I didn't even know he took me out. I didn't even know my health was bad in the game. Okay, well, we have to go back to that island. All right, back to Cuba. Back to square one. Great. All right, so we're going to go sail back to the island. The snowplow trial, they had a witness. They had witnesses about the event, and one of the daughters was emotional, of course, because her father got shot. Why not? And then there's these other things that happened where this one lady had a support bunny So rather than a support dog, a support bunny. And while she was in the stand, she had her emotional support bunny. So that was pretty cool to see, and it was so cute. But the bunny looked like he wanted to go and hop around the room. All right, now we're going to this island. All right. Go and fight these things again. 3 of 20. Look in the Journal of Quests. Let's see. Dregs are the brains behind Davy Jones's dark deeds, and defeating them will give your staff the essence of wisdom. Alright. So this has to do with Davy Jones. I think that is so cool. That's the moon and all. Oh, even the trees are moving with the wind. Looks like I landed on the back of the island. Let's try to sail to the other. I mean, not sail, but kind of go to the other side of it. Next week, there will be no trial, Monica trial next week. And people are concerned that the jurors are going to change. I don't think they will change. I think that they know what's going on. And I think it's very clear about what exactly is going on there with the Monica trial. See if I could swim to the other side. Or just have to go through the whole maze. Yeah, so people are commenting about how the trial is so with the snowplow. People are real, cringed out about it. How the verdict, they were not, talking about the verdict. All right, so we have to go back this way, and we will just go in open water and go back to the island. All right. I only have 12 tonic. I didn't know that. And also, with Monica's case, I think that the attorney is her defense is very desperate because they don't really have much to work with. And the days probably would be shorter because there would not really be because when the trials are on the West Coast, the trial day lasts longer. But when the trials are on the East Coast, like it'll be half a day or a few hours. Then like the whole day, there's no trials. But The trials go later when they're in like when they're on the West Coast. So that is that something interesting to know. These are a lot of giant jungle wasps in here, and we're gonna have to go to the other side to find the part of the island that I'm trying to look for. You know, and Baker, when he's just jailing, when he was doing the stuff on the phone, he calls it just jailing. But I said it's quite cringe what he actually, his term. Everybody's been using the word jailing for now. That's the new word. Let's see, we're on this part of the island. We'll sail over to the other side. Because that's the way I think we get to the part we want to see. Yeah, today was a long day, and also another thing that I just can't stop talking about is admiration for the American system. Because I like to see all the different people from all over the world in the country that in other countries that watch our trials. Because over there, all over the world, they don't televise their trials that I know of. Especially like Europe. They don't televise it over here, like they do over here. It's where our country was founded. And we all are, be thankful that we're in this country. And you see, the people, like, and, as I said, like I've said before about Steph, she was telling me that they don't do trials over there like over here. They just kind of seem to defend the criminals and keep their privacy concealed, which I think is cringe. Let's see by land if I can get over there. I just kind of have to walk around the island to the front. Alright, this is a different entrance. I'm at the wrong island. Darn it. Okay, I was at the wrong island the whole time. I was wondering for a moment. I have to go on the south part. I was going to Perdita. I have to go to Tormenta. So as I said, that is something that with the trials, I think is just very important for people to see what's going on in the world. That's true to see that what it's all about, because people trying to say like their countries are the most free, and people could talk about all the time about that, and I just completely ignore the foolish nonsense that some people will say about it with the in other places, but the people at the trial chat are very grateful and thankful for the trials. And like France, for instance, seems very corrupted from what I'm told. And maybe they need another revolution over there, in my opinion, to set everything straight. Because you can't just have no trials, because it said it's good for people to see what's going on with them. This is the right island. Hello, Rebecca. Welcome to the chat. Thank you for coming here. I'm glad you're able to come hang out with us. I'm fighting Davy Jones' crew right now. I have to be careful because he's quite deadly. Alright, 4 of 20. Alright, Rebecca, and... Oh, thank you. Thank you, Rebecca, for doing that. Thank you for sharing it. Alright, so basically, Rebecca, I'm rehashing this week and the time that we had watching Monica. And basically, with Monica, the defense, how desperate the defense is, and how cringe they are with the stuff that they're trying to convince a jury about, because it's just completely clear she's guilty. Also, I've been watching the other trials that came up. One of them, the mystery roommate murder trial. The other trial about the snowplow. That verdict, people were waiting for the verdict, but there was no verdict, and everybody was annoyed. And also, Karen Reed came on. Oh, today with Karen Reed. Well, I'm glad that I'm gonna go rant about this. What happened earlier. So this is something I'm still trying to get over. So earlier today, when I was in the chat with the Karen Reed chat, the trial was going on, and the judge said they're going to start next week. And you know what? The blue screen of disconnecting happens. Some people in the back, which I've been in the back too myself sometimes, may happen. It's happened more often than not. We're like, okay, which I'm not minding that the people in the chat can ask questions, because it's okay. It can get confusing. Sometimes it's not direct. And people are like, are we done or not? And I'm just like, we are basically, I said, we're done, and the judge said they'll be back next week. But since they kept the screen up, I wondered if maybe they were going to come back for some reason, which I did not think that. I think that over at our trial chat, the people in the control room were playing, Uno or something like that, or they were looking on their phone and they weren't paying attention to what was going on. When they should go and just end the trial and put the "thank you for coming along" crying with the screen. So we're sitting there for about 10 to 15 minutes, it seemed, or maybe longer, And people kept asking, and I said, it's over. And I looked back to make sure because I love to double check because I do not like being wrong. I don't mind being wrong and being corrected. I just don't want to get something wrong and tell people wrong information. That is something that I dread. And so basically, I look back and it's what I thought. It was basically they ended it for the day. The screen went blue, but I just want to see if I missed anything. And nope, I missed nothing. So that was something good to know that they were. So eventually they came in and said they put up the thank you for coming sign up, and then people knew it was time to go. So, but I told everybody it was over, and I was able to do that. Like I can't I don't have the ability to go and do behind the control room stuff. But as I said, I don't know what the circumstances were. But sometimes when I'm left hanging there and everybody's asking what's going on, it kind of irritates me a little bit. As I said, I don't know what the circumstances were. But it's like I think we got to get with the program and get off the phone. Oh, somebody! Oh my goodness! This dude just creeped up on me and started squaring up. All right, I'm gonna heal myself. Alrighty, let's go and dine in hell, as they say. All right, this one is matched with my level. It's an opponent that would be all right. It's 13 drugs. Scared. Let's try this other weapon. Let's try this other weapon. Swarm. Now we're going to Scorch. Now Curse. Another Swarm. Alright, this is the Voodoo Doll, which goes and causes pandemonium to the enemy. You got a giant crab running around too. Oh, the giant crabs is after me. What? Take some tonic because you're about to not be around anymore. And oh, both of them are attacking me. Oh, Lord. Scared. Alright, I'm going to take that. Tonic. And we're going to fight this thing. We just have to heal. There's multiple ones attacking me, so I don't know how this is going to exactly go. Oh, okay. That's good. Maybe the doll would be good. Alright, Scorch. Let's go incinerate this thing. Now he's throwing daggers at me. That's not too good. Keep moving around. Yeah, scared. Yeah, scared. Scared. Hello, Kaz. Good to see you. Well, I got out of range. So what we're going to have to do is we're going to have to go and nuke him. Alright, sword combat now. Okay. I got 2 out of range. This will end it more quickly, in my opinion. Gonna brawl. And Kaz, I hope that you're doing well. And also, same with you, Rebecca. And Kaz, if you have any new info on the earth, any earthquakes going on, I'd like to know any earthquake news you have, because you do good with that. Okay, now we're squaring up. Oh, I got the big treasure chest. All right. Kaz said, "Sad, I lost my bets. Kansas ruined it. March Madness." Okay. 14-2 today. Oh wow. Okay. Darn. Sometimes it happens. Yeah. Rebecca says my boyfriend is talking in his sleep about Elon Musk. That's funny, Rebecca. That's funny. And I'm sure that's an interesting conversation. You know, it's good that Elon got the people back. He's very interesting. But also at the same time, there's a lot of attacks going on with Tesla, and also there's some stuff going on with that group over there. But I think with that's it's funny, Rebecca. It's funny. All right, that's a treasure chest I could fill if I wanted to. Just curious. There's a Sea Dog's cutlass. Do we have that here? I think we do. There's a war one. There's that. Lieutenant. Engraved. War. Tempered. You have the orangutan. And it's gone, so we have to worry about it. Earthquakes, nothing significant today or recently. Nothing is coincidence with attacks. Oh yeah, absolutely. Speaking of attacks, in England, there seems to be a situation where there is a fire thing that happened at the London airport. Something happened over there, at the London airport station or something. I wonder what that was about. Yeah, the link I sent you is a little video on how astronauts sleep in space. I seen it and thought of you. Thank you, Rebecca. Thank you. All right. Thank you for that, Rebecca. I will check it out. I'm just gonna go save this. Come on. Yeah, so Rebecca, thank you for thinking of me. I appreciate that. And also about England here, main targets this year by the different elites and the other agendas. Yeah, I understand. I do agree with you about the agendas and the elites and stuff like that. Yeah.
It's at Heathrow Airport.
Heathrow Airport. Okay. Kaz says, "Alien, you hear of Tyler's Secure Team 10?" I have not heard of that. You could explain it in the chat if you'd like. All right, where are these Estonians at? Looks like I have to go into the cave. Let's see. Let's see about this. All right. Oh, thank you, Kaz. I'll check them out. Dude set me on fire. Scared. I'm a fiery pirate right now. Yeah, this is really cool. This is like the Pirates of the Caribbean movie. Yeah, then I did it to him. I put him in a daze. All right, how you like that, Flot Sams? All right, we're healing. All right, there you go. Took him out. Yeah, because with the aliens and stuff, it's very interesting topics. As y'all know, I like it being covered because people need to know what's going on with that. But people say, "Oh, it's not real," but it is real. Silver Fox, welcome. I'm glad that you are here with us. Silver, I was talking about, this is, by the way, this type of stream, the late night stream, is what I used to always do, and I kept the tradition of a late night stream. I have been doing surprise late streams also throughout last week, but I have been doing it even more of but this is what I've always done. So, but I will be doing one tomorrow around 7 p.m. Central for the earlier people. But yes, Silver, I have been talking about the trial Cringe we're watching today, and also about the attorney, the divorce attorney, and we were like, couldn't believe the clown show we were watching. That was hilarious. Oh, he's brawling with me. All right, all right. Sweep. It's 6:14 in the UK. Oh yeah, and Silver, I heard that there was an attack at one of the airports up there. That's scared. Now I'm throwing nukes at him. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. I meant to go over here. Oh, that's not what I meant to do. Okay, switching over to the sword. The divorce attorney had me weak in laughter. Oh yeah. Yeah, absolutely. It was crazy. Oh, well, I'm stunned. Oh, I'll get him. Get him. Yeah, scared. You have not listened to the news yet. I'll put it up for you, Silver, and we'll talk about it in a moment. Well, thank you for Kaz for bringing it up in the chat. So put it, where I don't have to do that right now. So thank you, Kaz, for putting it up. I'll pin the message. I want to do two things. I'm going to do two things. I'm going to read what Rebecca is saying, and I'm also going to say what Kaz said. Rebecca says, I didn't watch the Monica trial yesterday. Anything interesting happened? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I'll get to you in one moment, Rebecca, about that. Kaz says, Britain's Heathrow Airport will be closed Friday after an electrical substation fire knocked out its power, potentially affecting hundreds of thousands of passengers who use one of Europe's biggest travel hubs. Thank you, Kaz, for letting chat know after, because I don't have the article in my face right now, so thank you, dude. All right, Rebecca. So yesterday, what happened was a shit show. All right, it was a complete disaster. It was yesterday specifically, like I got up and I watched it, the trial. So what happened yesterday was they were not Baker, but Austin for about 10 or 5 or 10 minutes, something like that, or 20 minutes realistically, or 30, maybe 30, but not quite. We're talking about, was saying his testimony, and they were showing the recording. So what happened was they went to, and the judge had a break, and he was handing out papers. So the break was going to be longer than expected. And we were there for a very long time. Then they had lunch. And then there was a potty break. I'm serious. Dude was like, they need to go to the bathroom. And most of the day, we were just BSing in chat. And we're talking about what was going on with the Monica Cringe, with the Monica Cringe, with the semen trial. And Mike Morrow was there. He was being pretty funny, and also basically what we did, we were a lot of the day we were just talking and deliberating about it. Then what happened next was we got into a situation where eventually Austin came back, like towards the end of the day. Over where you are, it would be like probably the lunchtime or something like that. Hello, Cat TV. Welcome to the chat. I'm glad that you're here with us, Cat TV. Shout out to you. Cat TV has a very cool channel about cats, by the way, and does cat live streams. Very cool, very cool channel. So basically, yeah, today we could not really hear anything what was being said. We could hear it, but it was very hard to hear it. So this recording of Austin and being interrogated, and it was just in his testimony. He was just sitting there bored and kind of looking at the sky, and everybody was just cringing out. So that's what was going on today. Nothing. It was really kind of nuts to watch and experience, but it was good to watch it with friends, but as I said, it was just it was not boring because chat was funny, but it's a crazy day because you have to think about it. These jurors are sitting there unamused. Oh, you're welcome, Cat TV. Very unamused about what was happening, just cringing out. And Moki said if she was on the jury, she would say, you know, she would just be completely like, hello, like what's going on here? Like that's what she would say. Just they're sitting there waiting and nothing happens. So as I said, the judge is really cool, but it was an insane day. With that. All right, all right, I got him. Haha. And then we're brawling, and then we're flipping around. Yeah, so that's what was going on today. It was completely. I just couldn't believe that they would just take that long to get everything done. They're passing out papers and stuff like that. But and also the judge is funny. He'll like randomly interrupt and he says a 15-minute break, or say we're adjourned for the day. Those Timu attorneys you're speaking of have problems. I don't know. Let's see. Let's go throw something out. I don't know. I don't know. Is that the same thing as this? No. Cool hat. Oh. I'm going to put that there. I'm going to put that in here. All right. There we go. Cat, I see what you're saying, Silver. I'll read it in a moment. Cat TV says, just popped in to say hi. My son and his dad play all these games. Nice. But I just play PVZ2. Ah, okay. Well, shout out to y'all. That's cool that y'all are interested in gaming. Sending kisses and hugs from my little kittens who are watching your channel. Oh, thank you. And also hugs and kisses to them too. And you. All right. Also, Silver says defense lawyers had trouble getting paper printed out. Okay, yeah, just the Timu attorneys. I get it. I wouldn't be surprised by that. Yes, yes, Plants versus Zombies too. Yes, I'm aware of it. I knew it was a zombie game. But thank you for clarifying exactly what it was. All right, so we're gonna throw that again. And I missed him actually. We're just kind of throwing stuff back and forth at each other now. All right, we're gonna do this. I set him on fire. I got him. I'm gonna scorch earth this dude. All right, we're gonna finish him now. I got him. All right. Plants versus Zombies 2. Yeah. The judge does not. I like the judge. She does not put up with nonsense. All right. Let's see. just gonna stand there and watch me burn, but I just like the way it hurts. Now we're both on fire now. I don't know how this is gonna go exactly. I'm not too sure. But we'll come back to the island if I don't make it. Uh-oh. Okay, good. We're gonna make it. We're gonna make it. Okay. And we're just having a shit throwing contest right now. And we're gonna have this final one. I don't know if I'm gonna make it. Ah. Oh, I made it. I made it. I barely made it. Ah, I didn't make it. I didn't make it. I was just seconds from clicking the T button, but I didn't. Ah, okay. Well, we're gonna have to go back to the cave. Liberty, we're not entirely certain what caused it. Not quite certain at the moment. But I will go check right now to see if there's any news about it. Alright, so I'm just going to kind of get myself out of prison right here. Alright, so here we go. We're going to go and go out this way. Okay. And then I'm going to... We'll go talk about that right now. Okay. So I'll pull this up and let's see if there's anything new about it. Alright, so here we go. Heathrow Airport closed, more than 1,000 flights affected after substation fire causes power outage. What we know so far, what started off as a fire at an electrical substation in Hayes, West London, has caused Heathrow, one of the world's busiest airports, to close until midnight on Friday. Substation supplies power to major aviation hub. If you are just tuning in, wake up. Here we go. In early hours of Friday morning, Heathrow Airport announced that the airport would be closed until midnight on Friday due to significant power outage caused by a substance fire. The shutdown occurred just hours before the global travel hub due to the open forcing at least 120 flights that were already in the air to divert, according to Flight Trader 24. A spokesperson for flight for the airport has told passengers not to travel to the airport until any circumstances warned any significant disruption. Experts expected in the coming days. Travel experts say Heathrow closure will have a global impact, with dozens of air carriers forced to hurriedly reconfigure networks, move planes and crew around as a result. Yeah, let's see any causes. The cause of the fire is unknown. The fire brigade said nearby homes and businesses were also affected. The fire brigade said about 16,000 customers were without power early Friday, according to Scottish and Southern Electricity Networks, British energy company. So the cause is not known at this moment. 13 minutes ago, this update's from 13 minutes ago, and let's see, 3 minutes ago. No, this is just 13 minutes ago, by the way. That's just very, very unfortunate. For a second, we're going to go over here. All right, there you go. It's a picture of it. Yeah, there's a picture of it right there. Nearby fire causes power outage. All right. Let's see. Okay, let's go here. Let's check something real quick. All right, so we have. I'm gonna show you all something right here. Okay, here we go. All right, we have, and it's just a video. It's not really a. I'm just kind of positioning this a little bit over here, and it looks like I see myself live right there. It's funny. Must be a recommendation. All right, so. All right, so doing this. All right, this is right here the fire that's going on. I'll pause this for a second. All right, so this is the fire that's going on. And going back, Hayes fire 2 hours ago. Substance fire in Hayes, London causes widespread outages and Heathrow air closure. All right, so look at that right there. All right, so that's the fire right there. That is very, wow, that is very shocking. So we see it's a city, and I think that it's a very nice city, and the fire looks very horrible. Okay, and going here. Okay, and yeah, that's it in the distance. Yeah, that is the fire in the distance going up, and that is quite terrible. What was happening? This is the Guardian covering it. Yeah. So, what I think is that they're saying that substation fire causes widespread outages. That's a very big fire right there. It reminds me of the fires that burnt London back during their war. Well, the bombing of London could be an example, the Blitz, but that's on a larger scale. Also reminds you of the 1600s when they had a conflict. Also, all right, all right. So that is a clip of the fire. Scared. All right. All right. There's an update from 6 minutes ago. Let's go here. I agree. It does look big enough to cause days of disruption. I agree. London's Heathrow Airport shuts down due to power outages, triggering global travel chaos. Passengers turned around Delta flight plane to visit dad with cancer, just saying that some passenger Kim said he had been in the air for hours and Delta Airlines flight from the United States to London when it had turned back. The crew announced Heathrow bound flight had head to Minneapolis because of the fire at the power station near the London airport, he said. All right. So, okay. All right. All right, so that is the information about the fire so far. Absolutely, days of disruption. Yes, absolutely. This is a smaller vessel right here. This is a smaller ship that I have. I haven't used in a long time. Wrong thing. Okay. As I said, the cause at this moment in time is not known. And yeah, I want to know, was it an attack? Was it some kind of an electrical malfunction? What's causing this? What's causing the fire? Because we're getting it as it's happening, like right now. Because you're up early, in the morning with me. All right. Also, different parts of the ship. Now we're going to be sailing over to the other area. Wrong island. We have to go over here. All right, Silver. Understood. Yeah, I'll use the other ship too. Yeah. All right, so we're back to the island to get more of these enemies. Oh, you know what I have to do? I have to go back and get some potion. Yeah, and the defense attorney in that trial was a complete that no, the divorce attorney was a clown show. We were it was like YSL, man. We're ripping on him and all the other fools in there. Fools acting foolish and kind of ghoulish. Alien ghoul is coolish. All right, let's see the store. All right, so the divorce, although he's already testified, the divorce attorney was in the Monica trial, or what we call a semen trial. Yeah, yeah. Yes, and also Rebecca, it was not it was the day before yesterday. Just for the record, it was the one day before yesterday. All right, now we're all fueled up. Now we're gonna go to Tormented Island. Yeah, and as I said, the chat, Silver and I and M, we were all going. We were ripping. We're ripping on them, and then like you see, I get in beast mode. I remember like during my trials when I first watched the Johnny Depp trial, or I could just say for layman's terms, a Depp trial. I was just like stuck in beast mode, and when I see these trials, like especially during YSL, there was a lot of warfare that happened in the chat when we're roasting like the goofy state or the judge or the witnesses, pretty much everybody except the YSL group. It's like I remember me and the brethren and the sisters as well, and we all went hard. We went hard on him, and I'm glad for that. And also, my friend and I will like say comebacks to each other for fun, as I told you before, Rebecca. So, yeah, I went off on the the divorce attorney because he was being like goofy, like why like he was talking going on and on about the divorce stuff, and the judge said, look, we're going to we're in a murder trial, we're not talking about divorce. And he was like, oh well, I was doing it to talk about what was going on in this trial because it has to do with it. And he was getting real angry, and then like the prosecutor was not holding back, she was not giving him an inch. He kept on like dancing around the question, and she said strike it from the record on an unresponsive, and he's all like, ooh. And man, I just we went hard, and then like some people, and I was like, and I wasn't taking shots at him personally, it was just because, and the only reason why this happens is when people act goofy, like the witness or somebody acts goofy. And also, I felt it was an agent. I felt it was an agent of Monica, but nothing against him. He seems like a smart dude, and he was talking about the difference like between if a woman gets a divorce and taking out the insurance and stuff like that, and the support that she has if he passes away, how that all works, or if he stays alive, how it all works. And also, the point here is to prove that she had something to do with the murder, that she got the what's his face, that guy Baker, to go and attack the Fabio, and that she was responsible for guilty for murder for plotting. All right, I had to do that. All right. Or I took the tonic. That's good. Now I thought I got more tonic, but I didn't. I did get more tonic, but I needed a little bit more than I thought. But that's okay. We'll make it. So it's because the simple question is like, why can't you just divorce? Why can't you just divorce? And it's because of the Catholic religion; they're not supposed to divorce. But it's like, come on now, like, so that's what they're talking about. They brought an expert that was an expert with in that field. Oh, I backed up. Uh-oh. Oh, I set both of us on fire. Well, that's cool. This is total war right now. Total war. Scared. See, I'm on fire, but I'm still going. All right, set them on fire. Okay, Scorch is back. That's great. All right, in the speedheads, let's see what we have left in our journal of things we have to do. Oh, they're going after me now. Okay, we have to go after these fireball things. Okay. All right, we're gonna show him wrath. We're gonna get him. All right, gonna curse. Alright, we're gonna swarm. They're gonna poke it. We got him. We got him good. Alright. They're both on fire. We're just throwing fireballs at each other. We're doing scared. That's not how it works. Alright. Uh-oh. I don't know what's going to happen here. Okay, T. Alright, good. I pressed the wrong button. That's okay. Oh, yeah. This is brutal. Okay. Okay, I'm getting him good. Alright. We'll have to wait to heal. Alright. Now do it with the sword. 11 to 14. Alright. Now I'm going to go for the charge. Uh-oh. Nothing wrong, but I just kind of changed this thing. How does it look for them? Well, we want to fix that back to how it used to be. Alright. Going for the skull thing. Oh, this is going to be interesting. There's a bunch of them. They're all going to set me on fire. Alright. We're going to do Quarrel. Alright, I got them. Now we're going to return to Cuba, back to her. I'm in battle, so it's not letting me, so I have to go out this way. Scared. Why is there a... You see these people... Like, there's a sunken ship thing in here. Interesting. And there's a Patrick Star right there. Alright. Look at this pirate. He's not on fire anymore. Okay. Alright, let's see what the next part of this quest is. Alright, one more thing. There is only one more thing you must do. Alright, next. The essence of your enemies is only half. The other half be essence of the Jolly Roger himself. To capture this essence, you must sink some of Jolly Roger's prized vessels. Black, Harbriggs, good luck. The spirits are with you. Alright, so you're going to have to go sink these ships. I'm not quite familiar, but we're going to get them. Alright. And we love sinking ships. Alright, let's go back to Cuba. Alright, there's one of the ships right there. Let's go. Scared. This will be quick. Yeah, okay, so these are the ships of Jolly Roger. They got me a little bit there, a little off guard. It's kind of off guard, but not quite. Alright, we're going to annihilate him. Let's go. Three of these we have to get. So in this quest, I'm getting the voodoo staff. Okay, here we go. Scared. Total War. Yeah, so I mean, and today, remember today, the one from yesterday, the audio was just horrible. And nobody could hear anything. It was brutal, like what Mike Morrow and Dwayne said earlier when he was here. Well, that was pretty cool. I ran right into it, speeding this way. Alright, I got two of them. I need one more. Now we're going to go and dock. Go back to Cuba. That's the moon up high. Our ship, and now we're entering. Yeah, all of this is isolated in the region. So cool. Alright, now we're going to be docking. Alright, this is the loot that we got from Cuba. That's awesome. And now we're going to go back and see what else is in this quest. Yeah, so basically, with the. And Baker was finished his testimony, and they had to take a break for like 20 minutes to take him out in chains. So his part of it is over with. And next week, Rebecca and everybody, there won't be any trials next week because the judge has other matters to take care of. And people are kind of cringed out because it's like, why something could happen. Like people are concerned that the jury would change. I don't think they would change, but I can understand like no trial is going to cause a problem. Like people could wonder, like, is it going to cause a problem with the case? But I don't think so. All right, free a slot for the new weapon. Okay. All right. This is basically the same thing. Voodoo cat. Okay. All right. All right. We'll put this one away. All right. I got the staff. Weapon unlocked. Voodoo staff. Here's your staff. Use it with strength and wisdom. Okay. May the spirits guard you. All right, you too. Facts. I got the voodoo staff. Nority level 43. Current Nority. Take a snapshot of this. Nority level 43. Current Nority level cap 50. To become more Nor- Nortius, continue level your unmastered skills. Mastered sailing, cannon, sword, all these different ones. All right. All right. I am so excited. We got the voodoo staff. Yeah. Look, I'm so glad I finally got this voodoo staff. I didn't get it in the old game because of the thing went out, and the computer back then, like, eventually I played this, but I never like leveled up to get to this. Also, was focused on creating my YouTube channel and being all these different live streams the past 5 years. So finally, I got direction, and I'm glad finally I got this right. Finally got the voodoo staff. Thanks to the info, I didn't know what I am. I don't know what I'm going to do with. I'll do that correctly. Thanks for the info. I didn't know that. What am I going to do with my life? I know, right? You see, I'm glad to do this with y'all. I'm glad y'all enjoy the game. Also, it's like I remember I used to play this game all the time, like growing up and like around, like right before, I'd say like right when the pandemic happened. It happened around like that's where like the computer was very old and it kind of went out and there was no Apple Store or anything. So, but like I said, I need a new one. I need a new one. So basically, I am so glad that I finally got this. And like one thing I want to say, what I was trying to say before I repeat it myself was that I'm glad that I'm playing this game again like I did before. because I could stream it and play it. Because it's like I used to like why I used to go through the caves and stuff with my different friends and things like that. So I usually would play the part of the game where you would go and I would play the part of the game where you would say just I would just sink ships, but now I'm playing other parts of it, and I've gotten used to streaming and doing that at the same time. I'm used to sinking the ships, but now I'm getting more used to this other, like doing the combat on land. All right, all right. So we have to teleport to Tortuga. All right. Finally, that's so cool. It's like a wand. All right, we're gonna go this way, and there's some other enemy. What's this quest about exactly? Yeah, holiday luck of the season. I want to play this game. I remember this thing. The unfortunate. Synchronicity, everybody. Rebecca, the character in this game I'm about to battle is called the Unfortunate Fabio. Wow, that's some synchronicity. As we're talking about the Monica trial. Oh no, come on, mouse. Let's see how this does. Let's do this. All right. We're both fine with the. I'm fine with the staff, and he's fine with that. I'm curious about how this is going to go. All right, here we go. The staff is doing pretty good. All right. Level up staff. I got a new skill. Wow. All right, I have to get the undead pirates. All right, I have to go up here this way and go to the undead pirates. All right, there's another one lurking right here. He was hiding. He was lurking. Oh, we were collecting clovers from them. That's so funny. All right. There's one time with the judge, I remember it was so funny what he did. He was saying that it was margarita weekend. And with margarita weekend, and it was an act of patriotism to go and participate in it and everybody have a good drink. He's funny. And I like how he's a no nonsense type of guy. Like he doesn't like, when they have some goofy nonsense happening, he doesn't put up with it. And it's like she couldn't get the, like we talked about before, she couldn't get the divorce because of the religion, but the religion does also says to not delete people. Yeah, facts, facts. Okay, here we go. I got 5 of 5 clovers. Now I have to go for the undead brutes. Scared. Oh, there's a whole bunch of them right here. Oh, there's him. These people right here. All right, found a clover. Oh, this thing came back at me. Scared. Hi, we're doing more attacks on this thing now. Also, the mystery murder trial is another thing that's live. That's like kind of like towards the west coast. It's like in Idaho, and I recommend that one. But it doesn't go as late as Monica trial. I like it. It's like a wand. Kind of reminds me of the battle between Voldemort and Harry Potter. This right here. It started the other day when like 2 days ago, a day ago. When the astronauts came back from space, that's when it started. That day I went live. Just day or 2 days ago. It's new. All right, harnessing all the power and throwing it. Now we're going to go to Cuba again. All right. Trying to find Cuba. Where is it at? There it is. All right, let's see what this is about. You're back. Do you have what Ty needs for the charm? Yes. It's not enough. There have been some bad omens in the Caribbean lately that Ty requires more of this charm in order for it to be effective. Ty needs you to seek out a dear friend named Patricio Lucas. Him has been missing, and Ty fears him is now a member of Jolly Roger's crew. Investigate the Tortuga graveyard. If he is in undead state, delete him for Ty. It's dangerous for the entire Caribbean if Jolly has Patricio at his disposal. All right, here we go. Now we're going to go back to up here. I'm only taking him out. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Yeah, okay, this is the graveyard. Okay. Let's see if we can level this up a little bit. Ah, there it is. Scared. Uh-oh. Well, it looks like, okay, so that was a character that was supposed to be normal, but now it's a zombie. And that's Jolly Roger himself, that bad character. Now, so when I saw this hologram, one time I was in the game and I was just chilling and I came across this. And I'm like, what? You know, this dude was just chilling in Tortuga inside this abandoned shack, standing there the whole time. I mean, then it's like when he attacks Tortuga, how does that work? Or is it just a hologram? Like, I was kind of taken back by that. All right, let's see how this goes. I see. See, that character I'm fighting right now was originally a good character that became rogue. It was actually like a human, like my character at one time. It was in the story, and now here we are. All right, here we go. As I said, I don't know. I have to do a couple of tries with this. KT. He's taking me out, probably. Let's go over here. Yes. We have to do that with the other weapon. The sword, because the sword has a healing thing in it. I feel in this situation would get the job done a little bit quicker, so you probably could use both weapons. All right, here it is. We're back. Now use the sword. Was not completely healed, so I don't know how this is going to go for the alien right now. See, this was much better. Much better. Yeah, I'm getting him pretty good. I'll probably get this one. staff level to 3. Great. Back to Cuba we go. Kind of more south. Uh, Earlier, 666 asked me. No, he was asking chat, can Sarah Bone, or Boney, however you say her name, be compared to Monica? And I said that they both have semen toothpaste, but one has more of the other, but they're both Jalen. He was cracking up. All right. Ty senses what has transpired with Patricio. Turned him into Jolly Rogers, yes? Sadly, yes. Unfortunately, his shop was ransacked, and there was a ghostly apparition of Jolly Rogers giving orders. Yeah, he is a cool dude. Shout out to him. Yeah, he was very funny today. And he's so sweet to all the people in chat, and I really appreciate that. And he's cool with me too, because there's people that will like be trolling me and stuff. Like in other chat rooms, Rebecca, that you don't know, there's other friends that I have, like other universes I have, and there's trolls that just like mess with me. So it's good to have good people like him and you and others that are cool to each other and also cool to me. Yeah. Also, he caught the rerun of one of my streams the other day, one of the streams I did last time, and he liked it a lot. Yeah, so I'm glad he's at the channel. Yeah, cool dude, absolutely. Unfortunately, his shop was ransacked, and there was a ghostly apparition of Jolly Roger himself giving orders. So that thing that we saw, the hologram, was a ghostly apparition. Ty fears that Jolly's grasp is spreading further. This must be stopped, but that is for another day. D Charms for Witty Jack is complete. I call it D Luck of the Seas. If him wears it, it shall help. Which I already did this quest before a long time ago. Back when I was, back then, like a year or two ago, but I'm doing it again. Scurvy want you. Okay. Ty shall give it to you, but for the force tell me ye may want it for your own. Scurvy pirate, maybe, but now it's not done in time. Me? Steal a charm? How dare you? You know me so well. I would. I would never. Jack needs this. I already have one, so I'll do the one that Jack needs this. Jack needs this more than me. Me luck and loot be bountiful already. Ty is relieved to hear this. The charm is much too important. It must reach Jack at all costs. Now go and just be safe. Return to Ty once you have delivered the charm. Deliver Luck sees charms to Captain Jack Sparrow. All right, we're taking this out. Yeah, so also there's debate in the chat at the Monica trial. There's debate about if he is telling the truth, if the what's his name? If Austin is being honest, some people think he's lying. Some people think that he isn't being serious, like he is not remorseful about what he did. I think that he may be challenged and manipulated by Baker. He's still responsible for what he did, but I do think that he's not really normal because Lauren. By the way, Rebecca, it was Lauren's birthday. Lauren S, our friend, it was her birthday yesterday, and we were wishing her happy birthday. And she said that Austin has to be the most gullible person on the planet. But yeah, so that was another thing being debated in the chat, and the day before that, where they had the divorce attorney, you know, he was feisty. He got feisty with the judge, and he got feisty with the prosecutor. Ooh, it was really spicy. And she said, "Are you going on the side of Monica? Are you going on the side of Monica and her attorney?" He said, "I'm not going on the side of anybody. I'm just here to testify." It was spicy. Okay, Rebecca, awesome, awesome. Yeah, so basically, I remember what we were doing was we're talking about in the chat. Yeah, chat like was so on fire today when the prosecutor starts talking because a lot of people get annoyed by her, but other people like what she does, and yeah, completely unhinged. And then something else occurred. So at the Karen Reed trial, the attorney was talking, and A is this lady I know from YSL, and she was there, and she said that the dude, he sounds like he's constipated, and I said he sounds constipated underwater, and I said he sounds constipated underwater in the abyssal Timu Trench, and he's glowing. Just cracking up. Just I don't hold back. Like I have to, I let him have it. And also the attorney, the divorce attorney, I called him Timu Gramps. The Timu sayings that I say come from YSL. It was during that time when we were roasting the different people and defending Young Thug and the other members. They would say Timu this and Timu that, and I'm like, yeah. And so that I was trained by the best. And also, we con- we continue the Timu warfare all over YouTube. There's YouTubers talking about Timu this and that because of that. So yeah, and that makes sense. Like you could use the Timu thing for anything. Oh, that's a very good question. Very good question. I have to say that that's a very close one. That's a close one. But I'll answer your question now. So I think they both do equally as good. And I would have to say be I would say since they're equal because of the Depp trial, I would and that was the first trial that I saw and brought me to all of you, it would have to be the one from the Depp trial, the attorney. If I had to choose one. But they're equal. Other like stats, like if like a game stats, which player is the best, they have equal abilities. They would be tied. But if I have to choose one, it would be the Depp's attorney. Like that was like very important. But this is also very important because it's kind of similar in a way, but thankfully Depp. Yes, Rebecca. Yes, absolutely. Thankfully, Depp. One thing I have to say about Johnny, I'm glad he never got deleted like Fabio did. I mean, for whatever reason, I'm glad he wasn't deleted. But it was sick what she did by ruining his reputation. I think that in a way is worse than being deleted or being unalived. That's even worse. Because, like, this respected actor was in so many movies and so much content on all over the place, and she has to go ruin his name like that and get him off Pirates of the Caribbean. She really was a sick effer. No respect. I mean, I remember when I was at the Johnny Depp trial. Ah, and I remember when I was talking to a dude that was claiming that he was, which I believe it was true, he was an extra in 21 Jump Street. And we were having this conversation about it. And he seemed like he was telling me about Hollywood, and he seemed like a chat friend, like 666, a dude like that, that I got, cool with, and we knew each other for a little while, and during that time, and his name was Hawaii 50. That was his screen name. That was brutal right there what I just did. Wow. And so he was explaining like at first he was like on the fence but kind of trying to be against Johnny, but then I'm like, look, with Johnny, you gotta understand that this lady is he's not perfect, but this lady's taking advantage of him and trying to like take his money and ruin his life. And he told me he was like in Hollywood back in his time, so this is back in the 90s. And probably in the 80s that young actresses would marry richer actors that are real famous to get money and clout and to get just take advantage of them. He told me that that happened, and Johnny must not have had the foresight, something he was telling me, to tell that this he was in some sort of a trap. And as I said, look, there's hindsight 2020. All right, we all make mistakes. We all made the best decisions that we could have made at the time that we made the decision. It's a learning experience. You're welcome, Silver. You heard it from the alien first. Facts. Also, basically, thank you, Silver, for the clarification about if the alien was right. And as I get the sources from the news. I get legitimate sources. I don't just pull it out my alien Timu backside. I go and tell you all what's going on. Right. So basically, the dude I was talking Hawaii 50. The next day, this man does a 180 on me, and he tells me, "Oh, Amber Heard is such a young woman with a career ahead of her, and Johnny's this old gangster. He's this old, drug addict criminal." And he was getting all in his feelings, getting emotional. He was being what they call a soy boy. And I said, dude, I understand she's a young actress. This is my first chat quarrel, my first, I don't know, chat standoff at high noon. It was the first one. So, but in the chat throughout that time, we were having battles between people that were on Amber Heard's side. There are people that were on Amber Heard's side. Quite a few people. At first, there were a good percentage of people were on Amber Heard's side. But I and others helped the people understand that Johnny was a cool dude and that he was not wrong here. And you can look at old videos like I did the solar eclipse video. You could look at an older solar eclipse video I did in 2022. And the dude in France was telling me, he was like, I helped him understand that Amber Heard was bad and he thanked me. And we had a conversation. And basically what happened was with the trial, he, you know, we were helping different people understand, but this guy was the first quarrel. So my first battle. So this guy was saying that, she was young and she, this guy was being mean and stuff. I'm like, look, it's like when you go and slander a man about his career and accuse him of things he didn't do, that's not like how it, you're supposed to do things, because he's not perfect. He's no saint. He may be, doing stuff he's not supposed to be doing, but he's not guilty of doing creepy things to Amber Heard, and it's clearly made up. Like, as much as he doesn't like the guy, like, I don't know why he didn't like him. And he told me when he was in LA in that time, like, he would see Johnny when he was homeless, when he was a taxi driver, and allegedly, and he was telling me about how he was an extra, and he said that Johnny was nice, all that stuff. And I was saying that I like Willy Wonka, the one that Johnny was in. I like the one with Gene Wilder, but kind of like because of the generation that, like, why I grew up in. And other generations are like this too. The one from 2005, I guess is my favorite one. I guess it's a generational thing, but anyway. And I was saying I saw the not the first one was Pirates of the Caribbean, but I like the one when he was Willy Wonka, and he was like, yeah, and the one with Gene Wilder was so good. And then when he was having a debate with me about it, he was getting all like taking personal shots. He took a personal shots at not just me but everybody. Dude was like, "Oh, I am." He was like, "I'm glad I wasn't a Johnny Depp fanatic and watching all of his movies like y'all do." He said, "I haven't seen one," but he did see them. He did see them, and he was getting all emotional, and he was simping for Amber Heard. And I'm just like, I'm like, dude, it's like I was going off on him. It's like, you cannot just say that this guy is a gangster and all this different stuff. That we all make mistakes, and if he, no matter how horrible he is, he's not guilty of these crimes. Which I don't think he's horrible. I think he's a cool dude, but no one's perfect. And I think that Johnny's a great actor. He's loved, admired by so many people, and because of him being an actor, I'd say led to this game being here, because he's a character in this game. Like, he's a character in this game. And yeah, so I think people could have envy towards Johnny for his success and stuff like that, possibly. And I told the dude, whatever he did, he was an extra in 21. He was an NPC in 21 Jump Street. It's like, well, shout out to you, man. Like, good for you. Like, I'm sure you did great at it. And it's like, then the next day, like, it was like Amber Heard, the trial was ending, and he never came back to it because he couldn't bear the sight to see Johnny win. It's like this dude, I just can't stand people sometimes. And then as I said, it's all about teamwork, and I am just an alien, and it's all about a team. So I learned a lot from y'all in chat about chat combat. All right, I learned a lot from y'all, and I just cannot tolerate these trolls that we encounter, these morons. Like one time there's a in the chat, I was so sometimes around the afternoon I'll go outside and walk around in the sun, get some sun, and I'll be on my phone and just bounce back and forth between the different streams. There's an incident that occurred where some smart arse was saying that, do you people have jobs? Why are y'all looking at trials all day long? And I went off on the lady, and everybody in the chat were sending me 100% signs and thumbing me up and saying I was great what I said. Yeah, it's like, saying, like, look, these people in these trials, everybody comes here to watch the trial. Whatever they're doing in their personal lives, it's like not important. We're just here to enjoy the trial and have a good time and discuss this. There's no need of this irrelevance about if we work or not. It's like the person in question doesn't work either because they're sitting and their life is so boring. Their life is so full of toothpaste semen that you have to go in a chat room with a bunch of like me, like a 20-year-old, 27-year-old, and a bunch of people that are, other people that are there, various different ages, that are trying to dispute a trial, and then you have to go and talk about them not working at a job. That's how boring their life is. That's how boring it is. They have no life. They don't get to live a movie. They don't get to live a life. They just sit there in their basement or look at a wall and be miserable. Like, they're completely inferior. It's like you gotta be that low. It's like you can't give commentary about a trial. You're just chilling in your Timu pile and saying about how the people are not working when they're not working either. It's like, come on, what are we doing here? So I just can't stand it. I just can't stand these Timu trolls. I was watching a trial a couple of months ago, and some chicken said I was being nosy because I am out of state. Oh God. Well, that sounds like a boiler chicken that was about to get. See, that chicken you're talking to was on my friend Peach's farm, and it was about to be sent off to the slaughterhouse, and it just was, its life was so boring and irrelevant before it was in my fried chicken from Popeyes that it had to tell you that final little roast, that little tiny little jab, like I got you, I got you, I got you. That's basically, that little Timu nod. You see, there's the saggy basement chicken. Well, no, I understand. I understand what you're saying. It's a chick, okay, but it's still a chicken. It's still a chicken, okay. Bok bok bok. It's still a chicken. It's a it's a female chick, a chicken sitting in like a inside some farmer's farmhouse, about to be, in somebody's McDonald's or in somebody's, Popeyes or someone's dinner, and they're just like, I'm just gonna go hit up this attractive model on Law and Crime and say, you know what, you're being nosy because you're out of state. You know what, chick troll, you need to go sit there and contemplate the moment that you'll become cake. Chicken cake. Bok bok cockadoodle doo. It's time to pecker the ground and debate. Monica and Baker are too busy jailing and having a math debate. Math debate, math debate, math debate. Ugly Karen, chick and chick saggy in the basement, can't get a man or a woman, miserable with all of her pets that she doesn't completely look after. Ha ha. She's on demand on Temu over in the for sale section during clearance. My mind is clear on these trolls. It's time to spray them and hose them down, take them out, and watch them pout. Ha, I gave them all a shout out. Now you want chicken because the clever used car salesman, as a Mike Morrow saying a joke, used car salesman is a joke, and I'm just a very the used car salesman alien is now making Rebecca hungry for some chicken. Scared. Well, I actually, speaking of chicken, I've said this a million times. You probably heard me say it before, but my former neighbor, he's over in Texas now. He helped Al Copeland build up Popeyes. And he told me, he's a very ingenious carpenter, and he could just take some stuff and just go and just put it all together. And also, what he did was he told me, like, in the beginning that Al Copeland was like making the chicken, and he was doing all that himself. And he's like, if people don't come in, it's like his thing's gonna go under. And he built it, like he built the building, and also he was a business partner with him. There, I saw the picture of him together. With him, and yeah, he said, like, in Al Copeland, he was making the chicken, he was doing the fries and all that stuff, and like he's waiting for people to come in. It's kind of like a YouTube channel. It's like nobody's around, but then eventually he was saying he was going to go under, like if people don't come, and people started coming, and then he got bigger and bigger. Yeah, and he was, and he kind of grew up with with struggles, and he made his thing into a thing. And I'll recommend this, Rebecca, to you, is that with the chicken sandwich, he is what I recommend to you. My neighbor recommended that also to me, and I liked it, and you'd like it too. I'll tell you another story. So my buddy and I, Nash, you see Deleon Auto Detailing sometimes in the chat. He does detailing, and I helped give him advice with some business stuff. And then one time he took me out in the job, and I don't know anything about detailing. He's a genius with detailing. And he taught me about the detailing, and I woke up at 5 in the morning, and we got some, which I requested. Like, if he asked me what I wanted, and we got McDonald's McBreakfast. I love McDonald's breakfast. That's the best breakfast in the world. We got McDonald's breakfast, and also we went over to, and he forgot the coffee, so we went to Starbucks to get the coffee, and we walked in the levee for a little while, and we just were chilling, and we went down this area, this winding road in Lafitte somewhere around that area, where the original pirates were. And we filmed it, but the thing is, his phone, that phone went out, so I never got to upload it to YouTube. But we had these adventures where we would explore the swamp, and we would go in different places, and we went to the Pirates of the Caribbean. We went to the Black Pearl. So, as I said, I did that with him, and this is what we did. So after the detailing at lunch, we did the detailing. He taught me what to do, and I did it very well. So this is what the detailing. We did it. I dealt with the customer, and we got the 2 vehicles detailed. And then what happened next was we went to Popeyes. And we got this big bag of a bunch of biscuits, nice hot French fries and chicken, just a bunch of it. And we had a it was a great meal. So doing the work and stuff, and then going get the Popeyes was really refreshing. We got nice drinks, and then after that, we saw Star Wars when it was out. That was a crazy day. That was like a whole week in one day. That was crazy. Yeah. Rebecca says, Chickadee China, the Chinese chicken. You have a drumstick and brain stops ticking. Watch X Files with no lights on. I like that. Facts. Bars. I like that. With no lights on, the prosecutor went off on Baker like Donkey Kong. PU, what is that smell? It's Baker semening gone wrong. You could smell Monica for miles. Shout out to the prosecutor for having a nostril tolerance to deal with that disgusting dirtbag, the smell of rotten, promiscuous sirens. We need a genius in here. Let's call Myron. Facts. Bare naked ladies 1 week. Baker thinks he's intelligent and cocky. He thinks he's the Sheik for 1001 Nights. But now he's sitting on the sand sagging and bending over because all of his chains. Reality's biting him. And it's not that nice. Where's Baker's spirit? It's out of sight. Bro's got more STDs than all of the thousands of planes that cannot dock at the station right now. Oh boy, Lord, have mercy, that's a sight. Put Baker and Monica on Dracula's pikes. Baker's career is finished. No funeral for him. He's ashes. He is ashes. And now that is alright. One thing Monica will never have is her thing will never be tight. It's wide as the Russian motherland. I have faith in the jury that she'll be found guilty and canned. The reason why Anakin Skywalker hates sand is because Monica walked in it. All she's doing is hopping around to man, like Baker with women. All they're saying is ribbit. Monica probably smells like a dead animal. And then she has the audacity Monica probably smells like a dead animal. She also was having an affair with a crazy, insane drunkard on the streets named Daniel. She had the audacity to pat her daughters on the head and give them Danimals. I think that she was in the clubs stinking up the place so bad they had to call all the security because she was blinding the people even though she wasn't wearing plaid. Monica cannot get all that insurance money she was trying to steal from Fabio. Boo-hoo, that's sad. What is on Fabio's hair on his head? It's not hair. In Monicum. Oh boy, I hope this is not a new fad. Monica has a new girlfriend with no scent and is blind. She couldn't pay the piper. Now she has to do the time. I think that I had enough of Monocum. She is just toothpaste to me. I think that is time. Rest in peace, Monica. In the Requiem of Dreams, she is going to be shut up into the crypt with the Crypt Keeper and its history. Nosferatu evicted himself from his sarcophagus because he could not stand Monica or her evil trickery, and was so cringe that he had to go. She had to have Baker take the bald Elmo, Austin, to go delete Fabio. Fabio fought back. But you know what actually deleted him was Baker and Austin's bad breath. They had themselves all set. Boo hoo, I went hard. They're all now upset. And I think I smell a dead animal. Call the vet. It's just Monica. Darth Monocum. All she wants to do is spend Fabio's money and beat the drums. I think that we have the most clever, the perfect crime, the best murder all time. Monica is dumb. She is no time in the grave. She will be filled with lime to mask the scent. She needs to repent. This was a nice verse. Time well spent. Rap a tree. Rap and poetry. Facts. Facts, Rebecca. Well, that was a cool adventure in the game. I sunk up. See, I get into a certain mode that I'm in. Like, I'm just like a robot. I'm like AI. I'm on um, Port Royal. No, I'm not on Port Royal. What am I? I'm tripping. She 3 times MVP'd that crime. And all she did was sit in the courtroom and frown and whine. Oh, look, I'm a movie star. My time to shine. There is one thing about Monica she'll never have is a reputation for being kind. Her defense is so desperate for Monicum, they're checking out each other's small erections. I believe that's a sign. The jury will find her guilty as sin. A ho ho, one for the win. All Baker did was get frozen in hell as a man of tin, but cannot be unfrozen because he's Timu tin, and the oil they used was from Timu and rusted him further. I think that his little thing also lacks girth. Call him Girther. I think Baker and Austin seem unsure with Monica. They need to eat some sherbet. The chicky chicken that roasted Rebecca is nice and warm and spicy on the Popeyes box. but thought she was as clever as a fox. Monica, Baker, and Austin for a long time will be making big rocks into little rocks. Oh, I have shock value. That's why they call me Shocks. It's time for the drink, but only on the rocks. I said, I'm on a roll. Timu divorce attorney taking Timu Gramps out the nursing home. He is hovering and humming like he's a drone. Oh, look at him. I think he's desperate to go join Joe and eat an ice cream cone. Prosecutor grilled him anyway. He thought that it was just going to be a trip to AutoZone. Oh, look, it's give or take. The truth has been shown. Began with a bullet, now add fire to the proof, but I'm still not sure if fears a rival or close relative to truth. I think it's possible it could be all a spoof. Either way, the bullet for Monica's Valentine ricocheted and hit her in the saggy heart, but there's nothing there. I think that she is so cold, colder than Claire. I think that she was put in an electric chair, Monicum in the electric chair. Now it's time to turn on the electricity and burn, incinerate, burn to the bones. Monicum looks like Timu Cher and Caitlyn Jenner. I think that she thinks she's a 10, but she is crud in the pile. Negative tenor. She's the monster that Ben 10 summoned to defeat the enemy, but blinded him and he needed glasses for weeks. Monicum is the spirit animal of SpongeBob's ugly sundae that he made with rotten beans and onions. He put it in his bad breath. That's what Baker used, the little weakling used, to delete and unalive. Fabio. Fabio fought back and was about to win, but Baker started talking, killed him with the bad breath. And that was the biggest sin of Baker's existence, all hunched over and saggy, looking like the blue emoji. Saying, oh, I was just jailing and jailing. He wants Monica out so she could go bailing and bailing. He was jailing, and he thought he was sailing, but the prosecutor sunk his arrogant ship. Monica and him will go down into the abyss. And join the attorney that talks like he's in constipation underwater in the abyssal Timu Trench. They're all three of them glowing. Now that's a sight that puts a tear in my eye, in spite of the stench. Negative 10. I think Monica is responsible for the creation of the Knights of Ren. Monica get all giddy because she is so desperate when Baker sent his small little pick of his little thang. She likes the 3-incher, but the 2-incher the best. She can't get men or women because she knows she's a pest. Reality sucks. She pouts and frowns and is upset. Baker looks like he's about to freestyle on Tourette's. I like that. You know, because I always like to rap with my friends, and now I'm doing it live on YouTube, and now it's here. And yeah, so with, you know what his name is? Baker is, his nickname could be Dr. Seaman. And Monicum. And the Monocombs. Monicum gets drunk on rum. She goes and cheats on her husband with a rat. Now that is a sum, a number to round off to for everyone in the back that's dumb. I think Baker was trying to make a point. So was the Timu divorce attorney, but they got shunned. Baker, the judge, Baker, not the judge, Baker, and the lawyer, the attorney, the divorce attorney, wanted a father figure, but they all got sunned by the prosecutor, and that was it. Their career was finished. They got the spanking of a lifetime and whined. They got hit where the sun doesn't shine. Monicum gets drunk on rum, then unalives someone just to get some dumb toothpaste, semen, and insurance money she can't even get. She was too dumb because she had Baker do all of her dirty work. All she could do now is chill with her girlfriend in prison and twerk. Fire and brimstone is an understatement when I'm dropping on her. That's all she thinks. When in reality, she gets a little dirk and gets snuck. Then what happens is she prances around and jumps up and down like she's a buck. But she gets none. She's a piggy bank that wants to be filled up. But all she will get is a hammer from the judge's mallet and put down the drain of justice, break the piggy bank, rest in peace, pieces, Monica, Monicum, Alexandria, Baker's little Timu hag, Austin, lawyer, attorney, detective, deceiver the fourth. Monicum the first, with lying daughters and a sister that supports her, probably being a teacher, probably doing things she shouldn't be doing. I wouldn't trust her with the kids. She thought she was all high on her reptilian id. but she's good for nothing. Believes Monica's lies about praying and making a shrine to Fabio when she was making a shrine to his insurance policies. Monica's sister asked her, Anna asked her, she said, "Have you gotten the insurance policy yet?" "Oh no," Monicum says, "I'm upset." That's all those two cared about. I'd bet. Fabio was in the way of payday, but the American justice system and Iron Cross will crush them with the weight of justice, the balance of it. There'll be no more. She'll lose her, not be a teacher no more. Monica will have a Timu girlfriend that doesn't even like her, and that's for sure. I've had enough of these fools. I'm shutting the front door. Scared. Scared. Yo, yo, Master Yoda. A ho you are, Monicum. Alien is so sorry. I'm so sorry for all the mean, awful, accurate things I just said. I'm gonna go cry in my Timu bed. I have so much more remorse for what I said. Tears from Timu is what you see me shed. I'm apologize. Monicum, I'm holding on your rope, got me 10 feet off the ground. I'm hearing what you're saying, but I just can't make a sound. You're telling me that you need me to not say those mean things, but you cut me down by all the cringe stuff you did. But wait. Alien, it's too late to apologize. That might be okay, I might live. Oh, look, Monicum is so happy she got her toothpaste bottle full of jizz. Ho, 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 it's Santa Claus Baker, and that is what it is. It's not called progography, it's called adult entertainment, and Baker takes that personally because he was so proud that a woman would go and look at his small little pecker on a camera. Oh wow, what a moral compass you have there, sir, governor. It is certainly called adult entertainment. Putting it in layman's terms, bro, I'll flush you down the toilet. The weight of justice is upon you. And that's a fact. Look at shite. Know it's Baker's face. With Monicum dripping out and oozing. Yeah, Rebecca, I'm not holding back. Right now is Chat Chirac. I had enough of this. I'm gonna pet the cat. Scared. 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 That is my pose. Nose dives on Monica. All she is a bozo. Lower than a hobo. Bam. Magic strike. Thank you, Rebecca. I'm glad that you like. Scared. Scared. Silver, it is 3:23 a.m. That's my time. Scared. Hardy har har, I'm Tough Baker with my partner in crime. Monocum, 2 peas in a pot. I call that peeing on time. I'm brutal as a noodle, on the hanging there on the wall, looking at them like it's your time to get roasted. Also, Silver, if you don't know my name, it's Hansel, like from Hansel and Gretel. Shout out to General Sorrow. He's a friend of mine from another channel. Hey, General Sorrow, good to see you. Sharing is caring. The truth can be tearing. Yeah, shout out to bro. Scared. Yeah, my weather's the same thing. It's chilly then warm, chilly and warm. My weather's the same. heading into this cave. Yeah, certainly. Yeah, that sounds similar to Michigan. Yeah. Oh, you remember that, huh? Well, I'm glad that you like that, Silver. I like it too, of course. Awesome. Witch abuse. The witch got pushed into the oven. Well, that may be true, and yeah, that's just a thing over with Germany. Witch abuse. Yep, all the way. Yeah, the Timu oven. Scared. I know which is which. I know. I know, right? Rebecca, I do not mind. Thank you so much for doing that. I appreciate you sharing it, and I really appreciate you doing that. I'm glad to have friends that care about me and do that stuff. Yes, Rebecca. Yes. Thank you. All right, let's see what this does. Nice sunny morning in the UK. All week looks totally even warmer than yesterday. We all love you, Alien. I love all y'all too. Yeah, shout out to all of y'all. I'm glad that y'all are here and chilling with me during this late night special. 35 degrees. Where I am, it's in the 60s and 50s. In Louisiana, NOLA, New Orleans. Scared. Thanks, Silver Fox. Nolans. Nolans. And also, 666 was saying that he was surprised. A lot of people tell me this. He was surprised I didn't have an accent. But it's like a lot of people, like down in New Orleans, like most people don't have the accents like the people think that they have. Now, some people have told me I sound like I'm from, they could tell I'm from here, so maybe there's some sort of uniqueness to the way we talk, but we sound regular. Like, I guess we call it regular. So, yeah, that's something interesting that people up north, they think that we sound differently. It's usually like people that have certain accents, they're from the country, and people from the city sound totally different. Cajun, yeah, they're just, it's something different. Like they're not in the city part. That's all over the South. Like you go to the cities in the South, and they don't sound like that. But the country, nothing wrong with the accents are very nice, very enchanting. I'm just saying, like some people on some like over on the other show said I sounded like I was from here. Or I sounded Canadian or something. So there could be some unique way I talk or how we talk here, but it's basically regular like how the other people like sound. It's like New Orleans is a little pocket, and Metairie and Kenner, and the rest of it is different. Harnessing the powers at B. Here we go. Level 4 staff. Awesome. Oh, cool. Oh, understood, Silver. Fox. Understood. I wasn't paying attention. Okay. They got me. No, I thought I got him, but I wasn't seeing how bad the health was that I had. Thanks, chat. Thank you. His staff is very cool. Shout out to the hood. Shout out to the hood rats. All right, General Sorrow, peace. I'll be live around the evening of Friday. I want to go to the different islands and try this. Let's see. We're going to set sail. Scared. Now we're entering. Okay. I love Buffalo Wild Wings. Those are very good. They were sailing. The Spanish were using this to sail around. It's a pretty cool ship. I met a Daniel. Good to see you, buddy. Welcome to the stream. I'm glad that you came to tell us, stop by, tell us hello. Shout out to you, buddy. Rebecca says, Alien, did you know that Alaska pays you to live there? I don't know if I knew that, but I think that makes sense. I may have heard that before. Oh, Lord. What's this thing? Oh, Lord. Alright, here we go. Let's see how this fares out. Let's go by all of them. Ah, they got me. We're gonna go back to the island. I didn't press the health thing. That's why I went down. I'm testing out this new. I'm on this quest, and I got this new staff, and I never got the staff before in any version of the game I played because I was doing some other things. But yeah, so now I got that, and here we are. Oil and mining revenue go into the state-run fund, which distributes an annual sum, usually between 1,000 and 1,500, to Alaska residents. Well, I'm glad they were able to achieve that because there's a lot of places that are trying to do that, but it doesn't always work out. So I'm glad that Alaska is able to do that successfully because the community they have there and the time that the people there and the way their system works. I'm glad they're able to pull that off because a lot of times it doesn't go as smoothly as that. So that's good to know. I think I knew that, but I don't quite remember if I knew that. But it makes sense because Alaska is a very important place to us, but it's kind of a tough terrain, or it's actually a really tough terrain. It's very cold, so I could see why they would want to keep people there like that and and encourage them to stay. But it's good that they do that. I'm glad that the wealth is redistributed back into the people there. That's very nice. Sailing in the ship. Scared. Scared. Y'all don't have casinos. Oh, okay. All right, so that it does a little bit. Oh, they're all coming at me. Now this is like a. I'm testing out these different weapons. Oh, they're gonna get me. Oh. All right, we're gonna get it. I got him. All right, that's pretty cool. Casinos bring all the trash to communities. I agree. I don't go to casinos. I don't do stuff like that. Yeah, so basically, it'll be interesting to see what kind of cringe happens tomorrow at the at the Monicum trial. It'll be interesting to see how that goes. It's quite intriguing. Boom. Okay. Boom. Boom. Breeding ground for criminals, absolutely. Ah, got so the weapon worked very well. I know y'all saw me get deleted a couple of times, but the weapon works well. It could pretty much nuke. It like nukes the enemies and it damages them quite quickly. It's a good tactic to use in battle. Also, there is the Hethron airport had a fire, and we do not really know exactly what happened. Let's see if there's any new updates about it. Do I have any siblings, Silver? All right, so yes, I do. I have a half sister. So her and I have the same father, and he's from the UK. He's in England, in it's a like a recovery nursing home type place, a care home. It's called. So yes, I have and she's in Australia. She told me she's gonna go back to London to get for acting and stuff. But yeah, and I never met her in person. We she's older than I am. She's from a different mother than mine. We have the same father. So yes, I have one sibling. Well, I mean, he could have had hypothetically more that we're not aware of, but all I know is my half sister. Her name's Natalie. That's all I know of. Understood, Silver. Okay, good. Yes, Rebecca, you could see the live comments at the end when it's over. Alien, when your live ends, are you still able to view the chat comments? So how I would see the chat comments when it's over is I have to go back and wait, and sometimes to wait some time, or it does it right away, but sometimes to wait some time, and the chat. So I go back and like say you're gonna rewatch the stream. I go back and rewatch it, and I can look at the chat window and rewatch the chat. So yes, I am able to do that. but the same way y'all were able to do it. It's no different way. Yes, yes, I'll still be able to access it. That's true. Scared. As I said, hopefully the audio is better to understand. Courts need to get better audio. Need to get better audio systems because it's like why they just it sounds all like stupid with the way they do it. Here we go. The other one's gone. This one's about to be gone. Thanos snap. So as I said, in the mystery murder, the mystery roommate murder, nice older gentleman that was on the stand. Okay, he was a cool dude. But sometimes the audio is kind of like it's kind of Charlie Brown teacher. That's kind of what it's like. Yeah, I know, right? Silver says, I think it's designed so everything that's being said it doesn't get hurt. Absolutely. I know, right? Like, scared. Voodoo staff's kind of like a wand. Man, this thing went really far out. Okay. Giant terror wasp. Hmm. What is my favorite food? All right. So that's a complicated answer. It's going to kind of. All right. Foreign food wise, it would be Japanese food, Rebecca. So yeah, it's Japanese food. But technically, so that's like international. So I would say we got ourselves a comedian in the chat. Don't We got ourselves a comedian. Don't say it's a pizza. Well, I don't know what to tell you. But so, and I would say that my favorite food, because of the city I'm in, would be the food would be the New Orleans food here and gumbo. So for other reasons, I have to go with my city, the New Orleans food. I have to say it's amazing, great food, and the gumbo. And you would like gumbo, Rebecca. You'd like it, and crawfish and stuff like that. I like the New Orleans food the most because of the city I live in and stuff like that. Then it would be Japanese food, but technically the Japanese food and the New Orleans food are equal. But because of the city I live in and stuff, New Orleans food. But also the Japanese food though. Yeah, the Japanese food is great as well. So, and also, yes, I'm in the jazzy city. Yes, it's a lot like it's a lot like the Caribbean. Yeah, Rebecca, it's a lot like the Caribbean. Oh dear. Okay, use a nuke right here. Oh no. Come on, we're just going to use solely this thing. Test it out. All right, let's go. This is kind of a, it's kind of scary. In the Pirates of the Caribbean movie, there was never these types of things. This is something in the game. Staff level 5. Facts. And a lot of the people that came here were from the Caribbean, the black people, if that I know of. Some of them came here from there, but some of them were already here from the trade that happened. You are correct, Silver. Yes. So New Orleans is a melting pot, and there's a lot of so originally it was a French and Spanish colony, and remember they the Caribbean was part of their both countries had territory there and were so close to the Caribbean. And it's, remember, the Caribbean's influenced a lot, as you know already, of course, by the French and the British too, but the French and the Spanish a lot, and so is New Orleans. We're all kind of like in the same hemisphere, sort of. Like New Orleans is like it's where the rest of the country is, but also it's the Caribbean type area too. So yes, a lot of the people from the Caribbean are here, like came here, and also the cultures are just very similar too. Because we're from this, we were like, it's say the the Caribbean and New Orleans are part of the same country at one time, or the colonial power at one time. But it went back and forth constantly until the Americans bought it from Napoleon. Yes, Spanish and French colonialism. Yes, and you know, my ancestry is mixed with different European countries, from France, from well, my name's I have like a German name, and I'm mixed with Italian, French, some people from Spain, pretty much all of Europe, and for instance, my relatives that were from Protestant countries married Catholic people that were from the Mediterranean. That's where my family got the Catholicism from. And New Orleans is a Catholic city from that. Yeah, and yeah, and also there's a lot of Caribbean type food, and I really like it's a melting pot of different cultures. It's black, it's white, and they all contributed to this culture here and to the food and everything. And they're very important. And the in the area that I'm in became black a couple of back in the 70s. Now my family chose to stay. Well, they chose, my great grandparents stayed here, and then what's his name? My grandparents got it, and so no, we didn't like relocate. So yeah, but as I said, very cool people, and I got the people that I got the gumbo from. It was from the the my was here in my neighborhood where the my black neighbors are, and they're also part Creole, and the Creole people are a mixture between the European, French, and Spanish, and African. Very cool, very cool people, and they have very amazing food. It's different than the French homeland. Like you may have seen Steph from chat, Stephanie. She's in France. She said she came down here one time in New Orleans, and someone spoke the I believe it was Cajun instead of Creole, spoke Cajun to her, and she didn't understand it. Now, there's a difference between Cajun and Creole. There's a difference. And see, the Creole people usually have some African ancestry, and the Cajun people are from something else and predominantly European, French, because the Cajuns came here from Nova Scotia because they refused to respect or to pay tribute to or they acknowledge the king, so they came down here. But a Creole person originally meant a person from that was born here that wasn't born in the old world, but was born here in the new world. They're called a Creole. But then they had uh, went also with the African people and created the Creole became something unique where they had unique ancestry. So it's a very essential to the culture. New Orleans and the Creoles are more of a New Orleans thing, and Cajun is like the country or like the swamp folk usually. So people get them mixed up, and they don't like getting mixed up with each other. No. Yeah, but so as I said, I've had French food here from the like French, like European, like France themed food. I've also had food themed from Creole and Cajun type food also. So it's a very interesting experience being here. Yes, and I am, as I said, the food's very unique here. Sometimes the weather can get very hot, and I've gotten used to the heat as I've gotten older. But like sometimes people, it does snow here actually. On every few years, it'll snow here, and so we have both. So I think that it is very good to experience different cultures and stuff. Silver, I do not think I've ever seen that. Not that I can recall. No. I've seen many plays and many things here. That's not something I'm not quite sure. I don't think. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. All right, it's pretty cool. I got them. And also the architecture of New Orleans is very similar to the Caribbean. For the house I'm in is like something from the Caribbean. For instance, yeah, it looks like something you'd see over there. Like it looks like something from this pirate movie or this pirate game I'm playing. All right, here we go. The moon's very pretty. Scared. Oh, it's about the it's cool. The horizon of the game. It's so cool. Let's do some repairs on this thing. Okay. All right, so this part is where I do some ship repairs right here. All right, because I got it all messed up from the battle that happened earlier. Okay. So cypress trees are pretty cool. It's an iconic tree here, and I like the moss on the trees is nice. All right, Silver, you have a good sleep. Well, you're a daytime. You have a good day, and we will have a good sleep. Thank you, and hopefully see you later on at the trials. All right, here we go. All right, and here we go, sawing through. Yeah, and also, I think that they had they had the wax Rebecca. They had the wax museum, and now I'm into like spooky, creepy stuff, so I thought it was cool. But people might think it's terrifying. And they had the history of the city there, and what happened was they took it down in like 2013 or 14 to make condos, and it really made me triggered. And I enjoyed going there when I was little. And it talks about the history of it, and it really brings the atmosphere. Okay, and then now we are repairing the leaks. Scared. All right, one more. I think one little spot, and then the whole thing will be repaired. Okay, here we go. All right, it's all good now. All right, so you have. We're gonna go over here to this fortress and see what it's like over there. But basically, I will show you a scene. I mean, like a picture from that wax museum is quite cool. I don't think this is the place I was thinking of, but it's still an interesting place. Nah, this is not it. It's some other fort. That's pretty cool, interesting. Get some tonic here. Yeah, this, by the way, is a gypsy. This is their little gypsy thing. This is like a ship repair, I think. No, this might be something else. Let's see. Oh no, this is like a catalog. All right, so this is the catalog. You see, you have Irish outfits. And the hat. The boots. That was like for February. That's March. I used to buy these all the time, but then I just got like a standard like theme. It's other ones. All right. They're not as friendly at this island. This is the blacksmith. That's some sort of quest. This is the store. Okay. All right, so what I'm gonna do now, I'll show you some scenes of the wax museum that they had here. All right, shout out to the game. Cool game. All right, so get this up. Shout out to the spaceship cats. Let's see about the airport. The cause is still unknown. Oh, okay, I'm seeing something. It said a transformer within the Northern Hyde substation had caught alight, but the cause so far unknown. A National Grid spokesperson said, working at the speed to restore power supplies as quickly as possible after the fire damaged equipment. Man, and over here we got hurricanes that come in and cause monstrous mayhem and knock out the power, but God forbid that doesn't ever happen. But and we've never heard of this before. A transformer just catching fire. I don't know, man. But I got questions. All right, Wax Museum. All right, so this was a scene from the Wax Museum that they had where these are the casket girls. So they thought they were women that came over here sent by the king of France, and their bags look like coffins. So they thought that they were bringing vampires here from Europe, and they're suspicious of them. So that's a scene that they had. I always thought it was interesting. This is when Samuel. This is where the Battle of New Orleans took place. Right there. Now, this is some voodoo that the Africans were doing in their voodoo religion. It was very cool and it was very dark, with like a candle type lighting, but also artificial lighting too. It was very nice. These are from some horror movies. This is when Lewis and Clark were exploring the Louisiana territory. And look, these people wearing this type of clothes back then, I mean, it had to be really hot and humid to wear that, but they were just used to it. I mean, good grief. But yeah, that was some Guberment document. These are some Monicums fighting each other. That one even kind of looks like Monica, or Monicum, I should say. That's basically what those are, right there. Yeah, this is the full picture of that. You have the people fighting, the women fighting. And then you have like this woman that's taking the money out of his pocket, you know, being deceptive. That's Louis Armstrong, who's a very famous jazz musician right there. It's pretty cool. That must have been where the building originally was. I say that was very, very cringe that they sold that. This is a scene from Slavery where this lady right here, she was chased out of the city and she went to France. She went back to Europe in exile for hurting these slaves right here, and she was a serial deleter. So she would have probably been one of those trials that we watch. Yeah. So, yeah, that was a true story that happened. Also, yeah, this is more about the ritual they were doing, and these are some characters like out of play. They had. Right. So that's Andrew Jackson defending the city, right there. Right. So yeah, that's some scenes from the wax museum that they had here, but they took it away, and that triggered me. And that triggered me. These are the spaceship cats. All right. And so also, I think that it's good to preserve the history. It's very important to do that. And I think it is best for people to, learn it, and not just build a bunch of condos. All right, this is the Hethron thing that happened. Something exploded. Scared. Right, and also I will say that I'll be doing the live like tomorrow around 7 p.m. Central, and also next week I'll be doing a few of the live streams as well. Yeah. So yeah, as I said, as this Hellthorn fire information comes out, we'll talk about it as time goes on, and we'll be also looking more into the trial stuff as well as time persists. All right, and also now what I'll be doing is that all right, we did the game and we talked about everything we're going to talk about. So I'll be ending the stream now, but I'll be going live around 7 p.m. Central tomorrow. Well, tonight, technically. Right. So we'll be going live again tomorrow, but we'll be ending it, so we'll go over to the other window. All right. All right. So for the late night special, we have some really cool people on the show. We had some people on the in the chat, and also I'll be doing some lives next week, and also tonight, Friday, 7 p.m. Central, around that time. Also, I'm glad that y'all are, for the engagement and the comments and likes and everything. I appreciate everybody. And let's see. Okay. And peace. Try that again. All right, there we go.